What's up, Melange? Trying to figure out how to like cast these, like dynamically like downcast this stuff, because these floats are, they're basically SIMD values, which are like structs. They're like treated like structs in Swift. So I can't really return them as a class. So I can't. It makes it hard to do reflection. So either I have to do like either I have to have a containing class, or I've got to figure out another way to do this. Oh, there's my email. Whoops. It's pretty terrible. Alright, so what I'm looking for, asset generation. So I need to find some like blank asset files. Like in the middle of doing a couple of different things here. What am I doing? I need to download like a blank file for an asset. I'm looking for an Alembic file. I think probably the best, I don't know which one is the best file format to go with. I haven't really done much with these kinds of file formats. So I've got to decide between like a wavefront file, an Alembic file, or a standard tessellated file. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. Standard tessellation language, STL. And it like explains them down here in the old documentation. Alright, so with the Alembic file formats, I think the wavefront object files are the most commonly supported. So, gotta find some like assets to test with, and I also want to include, like, you can't really instantiate a well, this is more of a library. Whoops. Alright. I'm looking for. Do these assets come in? I don't know what formats they're downloadable in. Just need like some basic assets. Alonso, do you have any suggestions for assets to download? That'd be awesome. It's got to be. I could go for the wood carts, maybe the wood furniture. Maybe a bunch of guns, gravestones. I'm really trying to go for something simple, but something that's like cool. Like we've got an elven dagger. It's a voxel truck. That's cool because I plan on doing voxel stuff. The traffic cone. It's always nice. I might go with the traffic cone, maybe. There's a rock. Some cocoa. Or cacao. Or an acorn. 2 acorns, not just one. Butterfly sword. Some fire. A claymore. Everybody loves claymores. There's a filing cabinet. Barrel. Free glass table. It's free. It's a fence. A sci-fi plane. I'm really looking for something that's simple. Like a gold coin would be fantastic. I love that. Let's go for the gold coin. It's not really. It's a Blender file. I can't do that. Does it tell you what format it is? Oh. How is a traffic cone like 1.6 megabytes? That must be like one realistic traffic cone. I think I'm gonna go with the cacao. Cacao. What happens when I unzip this file? What What do we have here? We got a Blender file. Can I like convert that to something? Shit. I'm gonna have to like download Blender now. Since apparently nobody can make anything except for Blender assets. Nice. Waveform sounds good because that is ASCII. I like ASCII. Not that kind of waveform. "3D models for free." Yes. Don't make me sign up for anything. I hate that. What do we want? A pencil? Deadpool? Got a Deadpool. Low poly airplane, that sounds perfect, except it's not the right format. How do I filter by format? $20? I thought it said it was free. It's bullshit. I doubt they can even legally sell this. Man, I should make this stuff if it's it's so expensive. Some of them are free. This one's free, but it doesn't offer the right format. I wish I could search by format. Oh, I bet I can download a pencil for free. I certainly hope so. Please don't charge me for a pencil. That would be really irritating. Yes. We have a pencil. We're gonna have to wait 20 seconds. So we got architecture, vehicles, aircraft, furniture, plants. Yeah, I haven't really done much like 3D modeling, but I don't know. I'm like working on putting this engine together, and so it's based on Metal and Model.io, and so I'm trying to load some Model.io assets, and you can only create the assets if you already have a file to import. So that's what I need. I mean, those are some big pencils. It's like 8.4 megs for pencils. I guess there's like 6 files or something. I hope they'll forgive me for redistributing their assets that were free, but yes, I have accounted for, let's see, I have like one formats. Looks like that's all I've got. Got one file format. I'm like trying to get all 4 of these file formats, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. That's right. Should probably just import this through Xcode. It'll be easier that way. Much easier. Where am I going to put it? Where do I put this pencil? Got a pencil. Haha! So nowhere to put it. Haha! Where's it go? Alright, where's my pencil? Oh no, I lost my pencil. Oh wait, just kidding, I found it. It was over here. Got it. Don't worry, guys. Alright, here we go. Just dropping this in the old test resources folder. Yes. Copy it on in. Copying it on in the pencil now, boss. Copying it on in the pencil. Oh, snap. Yeah, you can like, oh, wow. Xcode has these like 3D modeling, like editing tools now, which is pretty cool. Ah! You can tell exactly how much experience I have with this. It's okay though. I know the math. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Seriously though, I do. Trust me, this is gonna be awesome. This library is gonna be really cool. I really just kind of want to see the text format though, because that would be really awesome. All right, let's find the text format. How do I like view it as text? Here, maybe text. Maybe. I don't really care all that much to see it in text, so I'm just gonna like Spectra test resources. Wait, where did it? What? No, move. What is it doing? It's supposed to move this into the folder, and it didn't do that. It's okay though. I'll take care of it. Relative to. Yeah, relative to group. Yeah. Alright, we just now added a pencil. We just gotta update it. Gotta update its location manually. It's okay. Oh my gosh. Well, there it is. Okay. Alright, come on. I really need to hurry up and do some programming. Stop freezing up, Xcode. I don't have time for your shit. Alright, here we go. Oh shit. Okay, I think we're done. Oh, shit. What do you mean no such module metal kit? Make up your mind. What do you mean no such model metal kit? It was doing this like a couple days ago. No, it can't run this on the iPhone simulator. I don't know why it's even trying. I usually run this stuff in OS X. Okay, switch the target. Now it should build. If it doesn't fail. Well, for now I'm just going to return the mesh. You're about to see like the worst like XML parsing code you've ever seen in your life. But I trust you, trust me, there's a good reason for it. There's actually not that great of a reason for it, but I just like, I really can't deal with this. Oh, I know what's wrong. So I'll hurry up and like check the assets off my Trello. Should be fairly simple. Cannot invoke register. Is it missing? Uh-huh. I don't think C# has generic functions. Yeah, maybe they do. Never mind. It looks like they've had that for a while, but it's still like, I don't know. Swift is like designed to be a functional language, so. Yeah, what am I looking for? I'm looking for. What's I doing? Oh, right, yeah. Swinject. But what? I don't understand. That should really work. Mesh generator is a protocol. I really wish I could see the rest of the error message. I cannot tell you how often that happens, and it just like eats away like 5 seconds of my time. What? It wants an optional string? Really? Huh. That's crazy. Is that right? No. Oh my god, don't make me like hover. This code just stole like 10 seconds of my life. Can't read that. I don't understand why it doesn't work like the rest of them. Hello, can I read the error message already? Trying to think about how I'm going to do this. So, I mean, that should return a mesh generator, but that, like, I already wrote some of this code, and I had like a heck of a time trying to get it to like link up and trying to like circumvent like Swift's like type stuff. Let me turn my music down. What's up, Big Boom? I don't know if I can really set this to be a mesh. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Yep. Yep. Alright, so mesh generator. I don't really know if this will work with the protocol. Maybe it will. I don't know. Who knows? What is this about? Oh my gosh. It's like one of the first libraries that I've made, and I decided to go like framework. And I don't really know if I set it up right or not. Like, I tried setting up my multiple frameworks in several different ways. Bye-bye. That's what I'm looking for. And there should be another one in here. See, it's like everything I do, I have to do 3 times. Like, I had to delete the cube file out of like the main files, and I told it to delete all the references, but and really the truth is like I just don't like I don't know Xcode well enough to like anticipate what it's going to do or to like find the fastest way to remove a file and then remove all of its like references in the tree, like including from like other targets and projects. Okay, so we got a mesh generator node, and we're parsing it. No, and if I'm going to use this, then I don't actually want to have a type alias. You know, type aliases can be a little tricky. I do need one there. And I realized that this like XML parsing code is not that great. There's like a couple reasons I went this route, and I've tried a couple. Like I'm trying it, the typical route where you create like a class for every object that you're mapping to. That's actually that's what I'm doing here, and that's like what I wanted to avoid though. Like the thing that I wanted to avoid was like, so I'm like creating this like XML format so I can read data to map to like model IO objects and metal objects. And what I wanted to avoid was basically like just copying their API and just like completely repeating their API, because then my library is like nothing more than like an unnecessary abstraction basically. Later on I kind of found that like yeah, it would have been better to go with to create a new class for each object, but then also it would have been just as complicated. So you can see here, like, here's what's complicated. So let me open up the metal API docs. So you got the model IO API docs, and you got like vertex attributes right there. So here's the model IO vertex attribute, and that is an MDL vertex attribute. And here I'm going to open up the metal for developers documentation. I'm going to go to the framework reference, and then I'm going to go to metal vertex. Is this metal kit or something? Oh, yeah, this is metal kit. One more framework. Wrong framework. Okay. Metal vertex class descriptor. It says attributes, and attributes are an array of metal vertex attribute descriptors, and the array of attribute descriptors, of course, has a single metal vertex attribute descriptor, or it's an array of that type. So anyway, the thing that I wanted to avoid doing was, so you can see like these properties here on the MTL vertex attribute descriptor are the same as the ones here, or not there, are pretty much the same as the MDL vertex attribute. And so like what I was about to do earlier, and I tried it out on another branch, and I started going down this route, and there's some pros, there's some cons, but like I'm almost done doing this the way I'm going to do it, and I might end up rewriting everything anyways. So I created my own like vertex attribute node struct with like most of the properties, and this is kind of a better design because I could like, not only can I parse XML, but I can parse JSON and plist also, which is nice. And the reason I start I tried this a couple months ago, and I shied away from it, just to keep things simple and only parse XML. And then I just now got into some, I just now found out about some issues where the objects that are stored in dependency injection aren't actually like immutable. So I'm basically like, whenever an object is returned from dependency injection, now I am creating a copy of it, so it's like effectively immutable. Like the objects that get placed in the dependency injection containers are effectively immutable. And I'm probably going to change this. I'm probably going to just allow the user to decide like how that works. But there's a lot of changes that I need to make, which is frustrating because it's going to require changing things like this. I'm gonna have to change how I access like the containers in the nodes. So there's a lot of changes. I just couldn't really. I don't know. I started running into problems with the when I went to copy the objects and protect the object's in dependency injection from being mutated unintentionally. So I started doing that, and then I was like, oh crap, I've got to implement NS copying. Well, like if I split everything into like, so if I basically like mirror the API and create my own like, so instead of like a Spectra XML transform node, I would have like a public class, I don't know, transform, and this would basically have like public var translation, float 3, and I would have like a rotation, and I would have a scale and a shear, and public, I would have a public initializer, and I would have a public parse XML, which would take a container, which the container will probably change so that I can control how the container is accessed, which is kind of this will be kind of important for several different reasons. Options. Alright, and so instead of returning an object, this just like parses properties onto the existing transform object. And then I wanted to ensure that this implemented NS object so that I can do NS copying, and then I can do public conc copy zone, and then just return a just for demonstration purposes. I'm not going to really actually implement this. So basically what I'm saying though is that like the objects that gets, like I would like for the user to be able to like directly access the objects that come out of like the dependency injection. Like I don't want to have to like basically make, first of all, I don't want to have to mirror the Metal and Model I/O APIs, because I feel like that's creating like an unnecessary abstraction. And also I don't want to like complicate the interface. Like so now if I create these like mirrored classes, like now I have to like, tie everything together. I have to like, pass things around and like convert, the metal types to like the Model I/O types, and that's something that I kind of have to do anyways. But having this kind of like standard XML parsing like class structure is kind of problematic for me. I was really trying to get this XML stuff together as quickly as possible so I could sort of like prototype it and figure out if like the library is worth like pursuing. So everything's kind of rushed together, but it's really complicated. Like I really just want to store the objects that I want in dependency injection. I want like the actual like Model I/O objects. I don't want to have to pull down my own custom camera class and then have like the programmer translate that into a Model I/O camera class. Although I mean I could like add like a protocol and register classes that I know adhere to that protocol, so that like when the user, and then wrap the dependency injection container in another class, and then so when the user requests an object from, say, something like the descriptor manager, they pull down like, I mean I could sort of like redesign it so that so that it works out. And eventually I probably will do that because I need to be able to support JSON and plist. And plist, I should have gone with plist the whole time. That was a huge mistake, but I didn't, and so here I am. I would probably honestly still save time if I switched to plist, because you can pretty much like with plist you can do DTD, and DTD is not perfect, but you can define. Well, this is actually the DTD for plist, but you can easily define objects, or you can define like mappings between plist nodes and objects. At least I think that's the case. I think like Apple has pretty robust tooling there, and everything like that is pretty automatic. Because otherwise, like, I don't know, I can still see some advantages for plist, but if it lacks that feature, it's kind of a big one. So what was that? What was that actually doing? I'm gonna go ahead and delete this class. And I've taken this route with several of my XML parsing nodes. I'm really not looking forward to I'm really not looking forward to like refactoring this. And it just gets so big, and like I wish there was something I could have done with like reflection. Like with Ruby, like you can use like the send methods and stuff. Eventually I'll get rid of all these comments. I really don't do this in like other projects, but this is my own project. Yeah, I would like to work with somebody else on it, but it's my own project. I'm gonna comment where I want until it gets to a certain point. If I felt like other people were going to use this, I would definitely remove the comments and like probably document the code. But the interface is changing so fast that like there's no point in doing documentation, so that would just slow me down. Anyway, so this is kind of what these notes were just kind of summing up what I meant. Like, so there were like 3 issues that I was kind of balancing with the XML parsing design, and that was like number 1 was, I don't know if this is number 1 in terms of like importance, but I wanted to minimize like stored references, so like unnecessary data. So for example, I don't want to accidentally store like XML element objects. Like storing the attributes is not very expensive, but if you start storing like objects that are part of another tree, that can be really expensive depending on how because you end up like causing like some references to not be like deallocated, since like since one or more of those elements in that DOM tree are still like living somewhere else. That can affect like that can prevent like the rest of the DOM tree from being like deallocated, or maybe, I don't know. Anyway, like, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like leaving references to the container around, and also wanted to avoid I wanted to avoid mirroring the model IO and metal object APIs, which already like there's already like 4 or 5 or maybe 6 classes in model IO and metal that mirror each other, and then there's a couple classes there's like 3 or 4 classes that are shared between MetalKit, model IO, and metal that literally like differ by like 1 letter. Not that that's like bad or anything, it's just, they already mirror each other. Which, I mean, that's actually kind of like a stronger, that's like an argument actually for creating a class that unifies them, because I could create like, I could create the vertex descriptor class, like I could create like a vertex descriptor class that can convert to a model IO vertex descriptor, or it could convert to a metal vertex descriptor. And so and anyway, I just wanted to stick to this design basically because I couldn't really, like, I was trying to explore different things and I couldn't find what I was looking for. Like, I knew of like the traditional like XML parsing design. I just couldn't find really what I was looking for. And so, and what I was looking for was something like Ruby's like object.responds to or something, or like something where I could like dynamically construct classes and stuff. And that's really what I wanted to do with the XSD. And so, I mean, I've been doing some like code generation stuff. So I've got this like code generation task that like so I hard coded some definitions of the enums, and this is just also I can like map to the string in the XML. And so I'm using this to like generate an XSD, and then the XSD is read into the program. But I could also use like some code generation to actually generate like some classes. But I mean that feels like a good solution sometimes. But like if you're really like using code generation tools, like I mean you got to make sure it's like idempotent with the changes that you're making in your editor, which basically means like when you run your code generation tool, like it either like creates classes that are never edited, or it creates classes and like doesn't really like that don't it creates like classes and code that like doesn't stomp all over the changes that you've made. And I don't really know what like the rules are for like code generation and stuff. Like I mean if like how do you know when to use how do you know like when it's appropriate to use a tool like that? Obviously it's something that a lot of people use. I mean there's like UML code generation tools. To me it seems like a great way to start a project, and in some cases it seems like a great tool to help speed up certain tasks. In this case, like when I'm like mapping, when I'm like directly referencing the raw value, like if for some reason, if for some reason Metal decides or Model IO decides to change their values here, like I can just easily recreate these, and I didn't have to go through here and like manually type it all in. I mean, I basically had to do that anyway over here, and that's why I went with code generation, because I had to do it anyway. Might as well do it in a way that was repeatable. And so yeah, if this stuff changes, no big deal. Not that this stuff will change. That shouldn't happen, but you never know. I actually need to add some more of these. I can't remember which ones they are, but I'll get back to that in a second. I need to add the model. So I've got this like pencil model like loaded. And so I really kind of want to like peek into this. Oh, that's cool. Oh, whoa, that is a lot of vertices. I don't know what the different letters mean, but I'm guessing that some of these are like normals or something. Alright, we don't actually want to open this because it takes forever. No, stop. Using a tiling window manager, and so far I love it. And I'm actually using the spaces, or the different desktops, which I always liked that feature. I just never because of how I worked, I always worked with everything in full screen. I just pretty much never used the spaces, but now I do. So okay, I need to add this to the targets. I'm sure there's like a much better way to do this, but I just don't know what that is. So best way that I know about it is to just drag and drop. I don't want to copy, I just want to like throw it in that target as a reference. And then throw it here. I'm like getting excited because I'm close to actually like being able to render stuff. And I mean, I rendered stuff like a couple months ago, but close to being able to do that again. And I hate having to like explain myself. I'm like, oh yeah, like I had stuff rendering like a couple months ago, but like I've been working on this for a couple months, and there's I don't have anything. You can't see anything that I like. I don't have anything to show for it. Like once I have it rendering, I'm just like worried that the API will change too much. Like I've got like example projects like set or example targets set up right here, so I can like run the app. I can run an app as though it's an example for iOS and OS X. Although the iOS one is probably messed up. That's why I'm just like really like I've worked on this for like I got like 12 hours of like good work in earlier today, like lots of good stuff, and I'm just trying to keep working and not get distracted at all until I finish this stuff. Every time I get close to like finishing, like I've worked on so many different startup projects, and every single time I get close to finishing something. You know, sometimes I don't even get close. Like I'll get like 50% of the way through to like the point where I would have like an MVP. And it's not that I give up. It's just I have these like external pressures, like financial pressures, like needing to get a job or not having enough money or becoming interested with like a new project. So I'm like just trying to keep my eye on the ball. That's really the name of the game at this point. It's just like continue working on this one project until it is finished, or until it's like at least until like I have like something. At least until like I have like a 3D rendering library together that is worth like showing somebody. It's like worth like saying like, you know, I built this 3D rendering library. It's not it's not the best, but it shows that I have a fair understanding of like the pieces. I'm just excited about like learning mathy stuff. For example, once I get some of these like mesh generation things together, let's kind of wanted to read about that guy. Gustav Kalabat. He's like this interesting. I went to this like art lecture tonight, and he was like this interesting artist. I like some of his work. Oh my god, I'm trying to like close the window. Bye bye. Ah, shit. Alright. This is what I got coming up. I'm going to move my to-do list down here. It's actually pretty exciting stuff. If my computer will stop locking up. Hey computer, I'm using you. It really wasn't that bad, but I don't like it at all. No, don't give it its own window, you stupid piece of shit. No, stop being ridiculous. Jesus, what is going on right now? Seriously, fuck. Like 9 times out of 10, it's Chrome. It's like some tab in Chrome. I do have 3 monitors running right now, but I mean, I had 3 monitors and like more stuff going on. last night. Alright, okay. So this is the kind of stuff that I'm trying to do here soon. Like random vertex generation in 3D, and like random vertex generation on a 2D plane. Both of those should be fairly easy. Also, oh yeah, random vertex generation on mesh surfaces. Random vertex generation around mesh surfaces. I can just like picture all these like really cool like visual things that I could do with this. Like, so say that like I had this like model of like, I don't know, let's say Deadpool. Here's that Deadpool figure that had a tab open. Alright, well let's say like I have a, oh, here it is. This is what I'm looking for. Alright, let's say I've got this model loaded. And maybe it's not as high quality or something, I don't know. But let's say like I just like generate like new vertices on a new mesh that are within like a certain distance from like one of the planes of the triangles in this mesh. I don't think that would really be that hard. I mean, it actually kind of would be pretty hard, but it would be really cool because I would end up with like, let's say like this is a 1-to-1 scale model, and I create like 10,000 new vertices around him, and they're all randomly distributed over his like over the surface of his body, and they're all within like 2 inches, like to scale of his model, or of like within 2 inches of like the outside of like one of the triangles that composes his mesh. Then I would end up with like 10,000 like vertices all over, like just like close to his like body and stuff like that, which would be cool because like then I could like probably can't do this in real time, but then I could like identify like the neighbors of those vertices and like kind of like triangulate them and like create faces. So I would create like a model around his body of just like randomized like vertices, and then I don't know. It would be like taking like an existing model and just like introducing like a whole bunch of like noise and stuff to it, and then like just doing a whole bunch of cool stuff with it. Like I don't know, and I'm pretty sure I can do like. I mean, I thought of like a 3D Delaunay triangulation thing. I'm pretty sure I can pull it off. I mean, it doesn't seem like it. It would be like a 3D Delaunay triangulation algorithm, but it would run in parallel. That was the kicker. I don't know if that's like officially possible, but I'm pretty sure it's not even that hard. Look at this. That doesn't look that hard. Anyway, and the Delaunay algorithm is like really good or really useful for like wrapping meshes around stuff. So my point is, oh no, I'm probably gonna need to keep Deadpool up just in case I have to make a point about a mesh vertices or a mesh vertex transforming algorithm thing. Jesus, I don't know what the hell's wrong with my brain. All right, so got these things. I just kind of explained this. These things I'm really excited about doing. I had not finished sorting these out. Tessellation generators. This is the stuff that I'm excited about doing. You see, like, what? I was just like I just literally got to this error a few minutes ago. I cannot get the friggin' generics to do what I want. It's so frustrating. And it's because all of the float values are all like, they're not classes. Like the SIMD floats, they're structs, they're not classes. So I can't, so they do not adhere to any class. Nope, can't do that. It really sucks, because if I could do that, I'm pretty sure I could. They don't adhere to any object or any class. They just adhere to any, which doesn't help you out at all. Like, I'm sure, like, there's a lot of stuff I could learn about with metaprogramming in Swift, but I don't know what the hell it's talking about. Oh, I know what it is. I have no idea what is like slowing my computer down right now. It is killing me. It's everything, all the processes run on my computer. In case anybody wants to know. It's terrible. Alright, seriously. That's OBS? Why? Man, oh my god, I have like 40 Google Chrome helpers open. I hate this. In fact, just dragging windows around, I absolutely cannot stand it. How did that get there? Sorry about that. Man. Just gotta respond to this guy who's asking me about one of my friends from high school. I think we were in school at the same time. He's asking me about my graphics stuff. Like, apparently he works with like 3D modeling. That's like something that I need a lot of. That's something I need some help with. I'm trying to like send him some links. Oh, alrighty. Alright, sweet. Alright, now, like, I love structs, but I hate them. Like, you can't mutate them, so, and that's good. I mean, that's like, that's the point. But, basically, like, I need to figure out how to... I thought it would be better for my back if I stood up. But it's actually way worse. So and then I got a stool, and I thought that would be better. And then that was even worse than standing up in the first place. Alright, so... what am I doing here? I can either change this to a class, which I don't really want to do. I'm just going to declare these in the proper order. And then... yeah, I've just got so many different, like... I just don't know if this is really going to work. Because of the SIMD values. They're not, like, officially classes. I'm trying to do too many things at once in my project. I'm just going to change this for now. And add some more dreaded to-do comments. Even more. Whew. Alrighty. What is it talking about? No. It's okay. Oh, well, actually, it's not okay. Ugh. I hate the initial measures. Like it. Like I love how Swift handles some things. Like I'm glad they do the initializers the way they do. Like I understand there's a reason behind this, but it is kind of frustrating. I'm trying to think like, how do I want to like create this object? Because all of these are required properties. So I could add like public init, name, string, type, string, value, string. See, here's the problem with this, is that now I can't really, it doesn't make any sense to have an instance variable, or an instance method, or function, whatever, I don't know the difference. Sorry. It doesn't make any sense to have a instance method on parse or on the generator argument class, because you can't like, you have to instantiate it all at the same time. If it's already instantiated with all the properties, like obviously. Well, and then I guess in this case, like it really doesn't matter. You see, then I have to like trade off like, okay, like I can use the struct here because all my properties are set, then I have to think like, okay, like, am I going to change the interface later on down the road? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. Then I have to think like, am I going to add like properties down the road? Like, probably not. It's pretty much the same thing as changing the interface. And then, oh yeah, and then I have to think like, how is this going to affect like reflection or metaprogramming if I use a struct? And so most of the time I would just like rather use a class. And that's why I think I'm like doing it wrong as a Swift programmer. Like I feel like there's probably a lot of things that I could improve. Because I look at like other libraries that people have written and they just look like Alamo Fire. Like it looks like beautiful, like eloquent, poetic Swift with lots of structs and enums. And I'm just like left wondering like, oh my god, what am I doing wrong? Like how can I add more enums to my code? I have enum envy. Oh my god, what is wrong with this method? Oh right, same thing that's been wrong. Bye-bye. Right. I don't know if I can make it any smaller than that. It's about as small as it gets. Mesh generator. Parse. Just returning the mesh generator. Mesh generator node. I really do actually want to return just the mesh generator itself. So I'm going to add another method and say it would just be called create generator. And now I got to think like what object do I want to be retained? Do I want the mesh generator node to be retained? Like should I hook in here and say create generator? Because then like this object still has to be retained, like pretty much indefinitely. And every time I run this method, it has to create it. So I think I'm just going to say, let's see, mesh gen node, mesh gen node, and create a mesh generator. Yeah, just return mesh gen and value type. And then I've got this other code smell, and I don't even really know what to do about it, but I pass around these containers everywhere. Because I feel like the container should, like, I want to be able to, like, parse, I want to be able to parse the XML, and I want users to be able to, like, define vertex attributes, like, ahead of time, and then, like, go in here and, like, reference, to previously defined vertex attributes. So I want to be able to, like, process a node, and as I'm processing a node, I want to be able to, like, reference earlier defined nodes. And I also want to be able to, like, allow users to define new nodes going forwards. So a good example of that is like, I don't know if I have an example of that actually. I should have one example of that. Really? There should be at least like one node with like a key on an inner node. And I guess there's no... Anyways, my point is I want like users to be able to like define, like when they specify key, and I might change this to ID, but when they specify key, that means like this object that's read in gets retained. So I would like for them to be able to put that here. And so like as they're defining new nodes, then they can take these like subnodes and like reuse them somewhere else. So in order to do those two things, in order to pull in previously defined classes, and in order to define new elements for dependency injection, like as you're parsing, I have to like add the container like everywhere. And like the enums that I'm like reading in, those are all also coded in with they're also only available through the container because it's like dynamic. And that's mostly because I didn't want to create like a singleton object. Because like if you're creating a library with a singleton object, you need to make sure like it's like instantiated at the right time. Like you don't want it to be like instantiated at the time that your framework is like put together. You want the user to like say like, okay, now instantiate the singleton objects. But the problem with that is like, so like somebody can build a project with your library as a dependency, but then if somebody goes to build a library with your library as a dependency, that can cause problems if like you're expecting the user to like tell or to like make the singletons ready. Make the singletons ready. So basically, if you're trying to singletons are like nice for like high level stuff if you're writing an application, and it's nice in that like in the same way that like habanero peppers like taste good. Like yeah, if you don't eat a whole habanero pepper, like it tastes good. Well, singleton objects are kind of the same way. Like if you don't use them everywhere, and if you use them in the right places, then they work pretty well. But they can easily be abused. So that's why there's no singleton objects in here. Plus, like I want to like retain the capability to like split this library up into a couple of different pieces. And I don't even want to think about that right now, but alright, now I just have to add the what am I doing here? And I still haven't used these options at all. I'm just like leaving them in here. And I think I know why I want the options in there, and it's because like I mean you might as well put some options at the end of like at the end of a method. Basically, I mean for the most part you might as well put that there. That's not really a very good rule of thumb. But I'm just saying like I might as well put some options at the end of the method signature for all my methods. And there really is a reason for this because like I'm gonna have the user pass in so the user will be able to define what these options are, and these options are pretty much persisted throughout the entire parsing process. And there may be points in which like the user can inject like a closure that they've defined or like a block that they've defined into the parsing process, and at that point they can hook into these options and like customize the behavior a little bit more. I think that might be like a use case. I don't know, but really I just wanted to like have really I just wanted to have the options at the end of the method signature just in case, and then I found a reason to justify doing it. Probably not the best. Probably not the best reasoning, but oh well. Is it still like? It's taking me way longer than it should. And like this is where I need to like I want to have the user be able to like specify new mesh generator types, and I did this earlier in the mesh generator file. Let me open another file because this is ridiculous. Here it is. Oh, maybe not. Scripture manager? No. Scene graph? Yeah, scene graph. All right. Yeah, this is what I was doing earlier. I was like I was basically implementing dependency injection myself, although like really terrible dependency injection. I was like just storing hashes of objects everywhere. Great. And then yeah, I would like create these like mesh generator monads where like users could like specify like set of options and then render that into something that adhered to the mesh generator protocol. And that actually worked out pretty well. And now I'm rewriting it, hopefully for the last time. Oh no, I don't want to return an element there. Alright, so I should have some kind of like type declaration. Well, I should actually look at what I was doing before here because pretty much want to do the same thing. Well, I basically want to type. I want it to be a string, and I want it to be mandatory. What else do I want? I want one place for default arguments. So I had these like mesh generator arguments. and then I had generate arguments, and they were basically the same thing. So I'm just going to use the same thing. These are kind of like the default args. And there's like default arguments defined at the class or whatever the user creates. And then you can go through and like create like, so let's say you have something like the, let's say you have something like the tessellation generator. You can add another one. You can call it like the super tessellation generator. And then you can reference the previous one, I think. Yeah, you can, yeah. You can reference the previous tessellation generator, and then you can go through here and just be like, you can change like the defaults. So let's say I want like a tessellation generator that gives me 1,000 rows by 1,000 columns. 2 million triangles. Like, but who's counting at that point? Apparently, Sony was counting back in like 1998. Sony PlayStation 1 can render 56,000 million triangles at one time. Alright. I was going to watch the Republican debate tonight, then I forgot about it. I wanted to, I guess. I don't know. I don't really want to go, I'm not really going for either party, personally. I'm like independent. But I just like, I'm a little bit scared at like what's going on. It just like, it's like so crazy. Like I don't understand how it's still going on. I thought it was like, oh, haha, this is funny, like, but it'll be over soon. No. That guy kept going. He just kept going and going and going. Alright, so anyway, this is what kind of the behavior that I want to, like, develop so that you can, like, nest those things. Nest those babies. String generator arg. Use the same thing. Not use anything else. Oh God, I was going like 4 times like faster earlier today. Store property type. I like talking about what I'm doing. So I think that's like what makes it interesting for people who are watching. I mean, just in general, like it would definitely not be interesting to watch somebody program who is like not talking. Okay. I guess I'm gonna set a name. Do I need a name? I don't really need a name. I do need the key. Same problem. Like, do I really want that? Like, well, I guess it's not that big of a deal. I can just, it's not a problem at all, actually. If I could just like not forget an API that I used 5 minutes ago, that'd be fantastic. Here we go. Element.css, blah blah blah, enumerate, and just do that. Okay. I'm like I'm trying to like resist the urge to like copy and paste that because it is literally the same thing. But because of how like because of how all the variables are like bound together, like I really can't figure out a way to like refactor this stuff. Like Like how do I refactor? Like I wish I could refactor this. I'm sure there's a way to refactor this. I just don't know how to do it. And I've seen like Swift JSON parsing libraries and stuff. Like this one goes over using a really weird library. Like I don't know about all this stuff. Like you can add your own operators in Swift. I don't know. I mean, for some things, yeah, that's cool. Like you know, at a higher level towards like the application stack, towards the application level. But I don't know how this works. Oh, it's a postfix operator. Or it's like a prefix operator or something. It actually explains what it is somewhere. It is a post or prefix. Well, I have no idea. I guess, oh, it must be a, what would that be? Starting to get tired. How does that even work? That's what I want to know. Oh, okay, so this selects the feed key from JSON. So it's basically doing like JSON method argument. JSON method argument, that would be prefix or infix. This is like it's like a postfix argument, I think. I'm like afraid, like I've seen some like functional programming stuff in Swift, and they use these like operators, and like I understand what it's doing. But I thought this was using more reflection, and it's not. Sorry, I need to look this up because I feel stupid for not knowing it off the top of my head. Anyways, it's not really important. If I wasn't so tired, I'd probably figure it out. What in here? Oh, type. This is what's frustrating. Like, yeah, like type is required, but only if like the reference is not defined. Like if the reference is not defined, or if it's not trying to reference from a pre-existing mesh generator node, then it's not needed. or if it. So I guess I'm just gonna make this optional. Or maybe I should set it default. I'll set a default, and then everyone's happy. It's magical. And then I don't need this. Bye bye. And then I can just do whatever I want in here. If let's container, what am I doing? Look for the type, lm.attributes type. I don't really know what else. I've got the arguments, so mission argument selector. lm dot. Oh my god. You know, like how like when people want to like assault your reputation, they come up with like a lot of different ways of like tricking you into doing something that they can kind of use against you later on. It's just so funny when like you don't like fall for those things, and then they really expected you to like fall for whatever temptation it was that they put up in front of you, and you didn't. Let's stand up. Sit up. See, I don't really want to like store these or reference these. Like these most generator args are just pretty much throwaway. But there should be. Yeah. Can't fucking type. Or when somebody tries really hard to like make you out to be something that you're not. That's also funny. Oh my god. I have the luxury of like dealing with like Lots of different kinds of people throughout my life. Lots of different kinds of people. Best thing you can really do is just be yourself and, like, know your values and stick to them. And for the most part, you'll be okay. But I think we all make mistakes from time to time, especially when we're under duress. Yep. And then there's like those times when like you go to like defend yourself, but then you don't have like an opportunity for rebuttal. So like defending yourself by like publicly writing about a situation like enables someone else to privately rebut like whatever assertions you made in your writing, and then you don't get to know what their rebuttal is. Life is a lot easier when people just like straight up ask you about things. What am I doing? Oh my god. Okay. Arg's name. Here we go. I think really I only need like, why did I do that? That really is one thing that I can't stand about life. Like if somebody has an issue with you, like the last thing they do is talk to you about it. And I hardly think that I have like a normal life. Like somehow like everyone in the world already knows who I am before I even have the chance to like ruin my first impression. It's great. I kind of wish I could just like get plastic surgery and move away to some place where nobody would know who I was. Oh, I tried that like 4 times. And it worked. Just return blank mesh. Please just get me to the point where I'm fucking... I honestly don't even want to see graphics rendered. I just want to, like, write geometry stuff. Like, here's what here's what I'm like super interested in. This right here. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Infinitely dimensional regular polytopes. This is, I want to know the secrets to the universe. And I feel like they are here. They're here. They really are, though. They're right here. The secrets to the universe, right here. Everybody. Everybody on Live Coding TV. Secrets of the universe are being broadcast. Right here. Just Google any math page and then look it up on Wikipedia and then search for infinite. Pretty much how you do it. Now, where is it? Ugh, I'm just gonna skip to the good stuff. A pyrotope. A pyrotope. These things are so cool. They're so cool. They really are so cool. Oh, get ready for it. Oh, where are they? These aren't actually as cool. All of this stuff is cool though. But I found some really cool stuff the other day, and I thought it was gonna be easy to find. Regular polytope, infinite. Somewhere there's like pictures. There are like lots of pictures of these things. Believe it. It's so interesting though that there's like a family. And I've just kind of like realized this, but there's these like families, and for like pretty much every dimension, there are like the same number of families of like regular polytopes. Obviously, they differ a little bit, and really, like, there's like the number of polytopes increases, I think, exponentially. Whoa! Look at that thing move! Like, I don't even know what it's doing right now. I guess it's like rotating in like the fourth dimension, and it's like I don't know what kind of. I mean, it looks like a torus. Oh, it is. Oh, I guess it's a Clifford torus, whatever that is. Oh my god. These things really are so cool. If I could just find the page that I was looking for. I don't know where it is. Somewhere there are like pictures of the infinite ones, and they're so cool. Oh, and my viewer's gone. Holy shit. Like, bye-bye, single viewer. Damn it. No, Big Boom, come back. Come back. Seriously, though. Oh. He's like, hello, what are you doing now? And he left. I was looking at things that inspire me. Like this. I don't even know what this is, but it looks so cool. I want to know why it does that. Like, whatever it's doing, I want to know why. Oh my god. It's like hyperdimensional. Oh my god, what is this? Oh my god. This is so crazy. Where are the thing? I tweeted about it. Twitter's my personal archive. Look at this stuff. It's pretty awesome. Ah. Check this out. Check it out. There's the picture of it. Posted it. Naruto? Oh, there we are. Here we are. Nope. Guess not. Man. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I am like super interested in this stuff. Oh my god, where is it? There's like, oh, that's what I look up. It's the yeah, this stuff's pretty cool too, but the Schlaffy symbol. There it is. No, go back to the Schlaffy symbol. Schlaffy. No, back to the Schlaffy symbol. Look it up. Go. Oh, hey, Big Boom. I'm just looking up the Secrets of the Universe. I've almost found them, I swear. I'm very close to decoding the Secrets of the Universe. Shit, man. Where? Man. There's like this page with like all of the most amazing pictures. It's not here. I found it. I just want to see it again. Here we go. This is it. I think. I don't know. All the here it is. This finally good stuff. all right. Open it up in this browser. Gosh. Here we go. I'll post it on the chat in just a second. This just goes through like I guess a list of regular polytopes and compounds and stuff. It just like kind of describes how these things like change in different dimensions, and so here it's talking about like 333 and 433, and this stuff is well, the 333 is that's a 5-cell. A 5-cell is like a tetra. A 5-cell is like a fourth dimensional tetrahedron. And an 8-cell, I guess, is like a... Oh, that's a hypercube. But here's the cool stuff. The Secrets of the Universe. Promise. This, right here. Well, I guess these are tessellations. They're not aparatopes. They're tessellations. And they just look so fucking cool. Like, I want to know what does this. Oh, I do. I think I do know what this is. Actually, it's not even that. Oh, this isn't. Yeah, this is actually isn't even that like. It's cool, but it's not that cool actually. It's just basically like a tiling. It's like a three-dimensional tiling in hyperbolic space, so that's why like it looks like it goes way far out. But it's a special kind of three-dimensional like honeycomb tiling. And I don't know what the 344 means. But some of this stuff just looks like really cool, and you can see how like the different like, so they have this like Schlaffy number or Schlaffy symbol or something, and like as this goes up, like as these numbers increase, like so does like the coolness of these pictures. So basically, Secrets of the Universe. So like you can even extend like some of these like Schlafly numbers or whatever to like infinity, and then like bring the like you have to like I guess draw it on a hyperbolic 3 space. Like you have to like step it down through like dimensions or whatever. And that process makes sense for like stepping like a 3-dimensional object down to 2 dimensions. That makes sense. Like 4th dimension makes sense too. You step down from like 4th to 3rd to 2nd dimension. 5th dimension, okay, that makes sense. Still a finite number of dimensions, right? But how do you do that for an infinite number of dimensions? You know what I mean? Like this is like at some point like this thing has like an infinite number of something. Like how do you like step it down like that? That's amazing. What's up, NSB? We are discussing the secrets of the universe. So I good to see you guys again tonight. So I'm just trying to like I'm trying to wrap my head around like some of this like geometry stuff, like some of this like higher dimensional geometry stuff, and like I understand like some of it, but not very much of it. These pictures are so cool. The regular like honeycomb tilings in like higher dimensions. So like that like I don't even know, like this is like a tiling of a high dimensional like polytope, like a regular polytope. So like everything in this every line segment that's rendered in this picture is actually the same length, but because it's rendered in a hyperbolic space, it appears that the line segments are different lengths. But I mean that's true of all of these. These are all, as far as I know, these are all regular. Yeah, this is a regular tiling of a 535 something. Well, it's really too bad I don't know what that means. All I know is it like looks really cool, and I want to know how it works. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Oh my gosh! And then there's this like one mathologer video where they go through like different numbering systems or something, and they end up drawing. I'm not even gonna try to look that up. But basically, they end up drawing. Is there like a paint program or something? I guess not. I'm gonna just draw it on a paint program or something. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh my god, that website. Give me away. No, take me to a thing that lets me draw, not a tutorial. Alright. I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, let me try it now. So anyway, they start like by like mapping. They've got like a circle, and it's got like all these points on it and stuff. And they're like going through like different numbering systems, and like this paint program sucks. And they're like drawing line segments and stuff. Wow, that really sucks. Anyways. Alright, okay. This is not what you expected, is it? Oh my god. Anyway, they start like drawing these like really cool like these like really cool patterns start emerging from like the from like shifting through different numbering systems. And you can see like these like higher like level like phenomena that are like emerging and then like dissipating as they like cycle through like different number systems and stuff. And it would just be really cool to like play around with that, and then maybe instead of like it's hard to explain it because I couldn't find the video. The video has like really good graphics, but it's like a circle, and they're like mapping all these numbers, and they're just using like line segments, and these like higher level like patterns start emerging, and some of the patterns that emerge are like they look like polar graphs, and then you start seeing these like geometric symbols, and then it'd be cool to like extend it to 3 dimensions. And so instead of like mapping line segments, you do like mapping like you'd be mapping like line segments inside of a sphere or something like that. It just it's the kind of stuff that I would want to visualize, just so I could like see if it looks cool. All right. Yeah. So I'm basically just cycling through the generator arguments, and then I just need to create the actual mesh generator. So I need the container for that, and so I have to like register like a mesh generator type or something. So I might need to, how do I register that? So I need to be able to fetch like this mesh generator. Get this down real quick. I need to, so I've got these mesh generator nodes that define like, they like map like a type of mesh generator with arguments to use on that mesh generator. And then you can basically use these mesh generators that you define to create meshes. And then later on you'll be able to like, and other things that you can do, because you have access to the container from within the mesh generator stuff, you can actually create like mesh generators that depend on like meshes. And so you could like have a mesh generator that like merges 2 meshes or something. Sky's the limit. So I'm just like writing a quick to-do list down here. So register mesh generator types. And then I need to like retrieve those. Also, another thing I'm trying to do real quick is set up the model assets. I downloaded a 3D model, and I need to hurry up and do that. I think I'm actually going to take care of that next. I really just need this to like build. Okay, return. So now I'm just like right here. I'm just like wrapping the existing mesh generators that come with Model IO with a protocol, with like a protocol and like a light class, and so just gonna return very basic one. Everything has except I haven't set the allocator. Not important. Actually, that's not that important. Defaults. So I'll just return the box mesh chain. I don't know if I should add options to that. I don't think so, but I really don't think so, actually. There we go. Oh no, that's perfect. I think. I think that's perfect, actually. I was like kind of worried about how I was gonna like translate between different types, but as long as I can do it like, as long as I can do it right there, I'm fine. I think this works. I think this will work. Works, right? Sweet. So generator r dot like. I think this will work. And I really like these generic functions. Like, it's like one of the gems that I kind of like missed out on in my first like few months of using Swift. Just figure out like. I like did this like 3 seconds ago. Ah. Now I'm not really using the type string. Oh well. I can do that, right? Please tell me I can do that. Okay. Oh no. Please let me do this. Like, I love the SIMD value types, but not when they become pretty hard to work with. Please tell me this works. Yes, it's awesome. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to return an optional and then just like return nil. Huh? Is it right? Will that really always fail? So I'm saying like T. There's how do I do that? That checks the type of an object, but can I just like directly compare it to class? Cannot match values of type T. Is there any way to like pop this out? Maybe not. Yeah. Oh well. It's not really that big of a deal. What? I just don't know how to like compare. Like, I just need to switch. I need to switch based on the type. I don't know how else to say it. Like, if it is one type, do one thing. I know how to do it. I think I've got an idea of how to do this. I just actually want to figure out this issue. I should just be able to switch. This should work, but it might not. I wish I knew this stuff like the back of my hand, because like if you know how to do like this, and I feel like there's like 4 or 5 other things I need to learn, but if you know how to do this, then oh great. If you know how to do this stuff, then you can like really take advantage of Swift's functional features. But this should work because I'm like trying to like typecast as T. Or I don't even have to do that, do I? Yeah. Oh my god, the to-dos. I don't need to do this. I don't think. I'm going to say dimensions.value, because everything was retained as a string, so that I don't know why I didn't think about that from the outset. That would have been nice. Like these basic mesh generators should be pretty easy to knock out. I don't even know what I'm going to do about the buffer allocator. Like, there's a default implementation of buffer allocator, so if... But I don't even really know what to do about that at this point. I think after I do the rendering and stuff, that'll be more clear. But, like, you should try to, like, implement, like, slabbing and stuff like that. And you should just, like... You should probably like load your assets into like memory with their own buffers or whatever, and they're all like in memory regions just ready to go, and they're all like stripped out and structured. Like every attribute is structured on a different vertex buffer. That's the simplest way to do it. And then so you got your assets and your objects loaded into memory, and or close enough to being loaded into memory. And then you've got your actual like rendering pipeline, and this is where like the slabbing stuff becomes more important. And so you basically like just like in Apple has this like NS data class that makes it really easy to work with like binary data. And so you just everything's in NS data, or it's like NS data readable and writable in your like pre-processed like asset graph, and then you got your actual like scene graph that you're going to use for rendering and stuff. And so you just like pull the objects out of that and like push it into your actual like scene graphs like resource allocation stuff. And so your scene graph like resource allocation like that's gonna be a lot more important if it's especially like it's gonna be a lot more important if it's used for the actual rendering pipeline, because you have like a limited number of devices or buffers that you can open on a metal device, and that's like, and there's all these like arbitrary constraints that you have to be aware of. Otherwise, you can run into a lot of problems like down the road. So. Yeah, for example, you have like a limited number of like resources that you can open and work with at the same time on a on any graphics card, on any GPU. But that's why it's important to like implement like some kind of like slabbing algorithm or something. So you want like some set of objects that like keeps track of like, okay, here's like the objects on screen, here's the objects we need to draw, here's the this is like, here's like the maps to those locations in the buffers provided by the buffer allocator. So each object that you're like rendering on screen will have like its own map to like generalized resources that are used for rendering. And then the renderer comes back and says like, okay, like I need to create like draw instructions. I need to encode drawing instructions with a render command encoder for these objects, and these objects are using like buffers like 3, 6, and 13, but they're all sharing those 3 buffers. And in addition to passing those, in addition to binding those 3 buffers to the parameters for the shaders, we're also going to bind some like submesh buffers or something, and we're also going to bind some like memory map inputs. And the memory map like inputs will tell us like, they'll provide like a map for finding that so that the shader can quickly, just based on like hash lookups, identify the locations of those like vertices within like the 3 or 5 or 6 like generalized buffers that are attached to like the vertex shaders for drawing. And so, but that's all like so complicated. Like everything that I've done so far, I mean honestly mostly everything I've done is really shitty like XML parsing, but like I mean XML parsing not that hard, linear algebra not that hard. scene graph, like, I mean, it's basically like a tree. There's like a couple different ways to do it. I really like how Model.io does it. It's not that hard. You know, the design that you use to like to work with like different kinds of cameras and different kinds of like properties and stuff like that, and different kinds of objects. Not really that hard. The hardest problem is like resource allocation and like making sure everything is like, because even after you just implement the raw like resource allocation stuff, then you have to like introduce like, there's like these like timing concerns that are like introduced. It's like, oh well, like I need to like render this to the screen. Like you end up with these like dependencies. Like A needs to be rendered before B needs to be rendered before C, or like, you know, and then and on top of dependencies, then you've got timing constraints, and you got to say like, well, A needs to be rendered before B needs to be rendered before C, but C has to like absolutely has to be rendered within like 2 milliseconds of the scene or whatever, or 2 milliseconds of the frame, and like if so, you've got these like arbitrary like dependency constraints, and then these arbitrary like timing constraints, and then on top of that, you've got to deal with you had to deal with like the memory allocation, resource allocation, and like mapping like live like rendered objects to their location in memory, and then like free that up and like make the entire system aware of like what memory is available. And you don't have to do all that. Like, I'm definitely not going to do all that. But you go from like this one level where it's like you have like a scene graph and you're just like pulling, you know, objects from the asset graph and the scene graph and just like putting them into a place where the renderer like grabs them to be like rendered, and it's just using like the resources that are available to it. Like it's using like buffers that are like literally like, you know, attached directly to the objects. And you can have some like meshes and stuff that like reference other buffers. Like it's just basically like a pointer or a reference to like the actual like buffer data location. So like you can have multiple nodes or multiple objects share the same buffers, and that's fairly simple. But I mean, you go from this like this one system that's like fairly easy to get together, and it works pretty well, but you're like strongly limited by the number of objects that you can have on screen at the same time. And you go from that to just being like super complex, like just like ridiculously complex. And I've just like, I mean, I haven't done this before. I haven't really taken any classes on this. I'm just like, a lot of this comes from just like reading through the, oh. Man, I hate it when I like miss the comments and stuff. I hate it when I miss the chat. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, it just goes from a level where it's like kind of complex to being like super complex. And I'm not even gonna go there with the resource allocation. I'm just gonna use the standard resource allocation. That's about all I can do. And lighting is super hard. Lighting is really hard. Lighting is like, it's not even cool how hard that is. I'm sure like certain aspects of lighting are not that hard. Like implementing the Lambertian stuff, probably not that hard. Probably very difficult, but probably not that hard. Then there's like this physical lens and like physical lighting source stuff. That seems like a little bit harder. And the problem with like lighting is like you've got to know like how much, like as a developer and as like both like a software developer and a game developer, you've got to know like approximately like how the lighting in your objects is going to like tax the you got to know how hard that's going to tax your system, like the machine. It requires a lot more memory. It requires a lot more like processing time. You just basically all you can do is like scatter arrays everywhere and just like watch where they bounce. And you're kind of using like this like Monte Carlo stuff to like bounce arrays around like an object. And you've got these rules for like how like when a ray hits at a certain angle, like it might like depending on like the refraction. Like if all you have to do is follow like a rule for refraction, then you look for like the normals and see what angle like the ray hit the surface, and then it like might refract at a certain angle depending on how it hit the surface, and that's pretty simple. But then you introduce like maybe like a slightly rough surface, like say you have like glass and it's partially translucent, and there's a guy at the collab that was doing this the other day. It's like partially translucent, but it's like rough on the edges. So like when light hits it, like light either goes through it, like a certain percentage of the light goes through it and refracts as normal, or the light hits it and bounces off at like a relatively random angle. So now, not only do you have 1 degree of like randomness, but you have 2 degrees of randomness, which means you need like a ton more rays to get like an accurate depiction of the ray tracing and stuff. Um, or an accurate depiction of the object from the ray tracing. So you have to, because I mean, if you think about it, like you're bouncing random like rays around the object. So this is the object, and it hits the object. If the rules are fairly well defined, and like once a ray hits the object, the result is deterministic. Then you need much fewer rays than you would if like your ray hits the object and now there's some random behavior attached to it, because you've got like random rays hitting the object, and then once those random rays hit the object, then they have a random like result. And there's probably some way that you can like simplify that, but see, like I've never, the only reason I know most of that is because I watched this guy at the collab like as he was like developing some stuff, and he's like working on Lambertian lighting, and his stuff was really cool. Like it was all based on CPU, but it rendered fairly fast, and it looked really good. Like, and he was doing like different kinds of surfaces. I wish I had talked to him more, but like I just couldn't like get to the co-working spot. Like I literally like could not get to the co-working spot like at the same time. So I have all these like weird like constraints on my life. It's like it's so ridiculous. It's like I'm free and I have nothing in front of me, but at the same time I have all these weird like constraints on like when I can do things. And it's just like it's overcomplicating. It's like all this bullshit that I shouldn't have to deal with, and it's entirely because I don't have a car. And I don't live like close to where I want to work. Alright, no. And see, I love talking about this stuff, and I like kind of understand what I'm talking about, but I don't have like enough experience with it before, and that's why I'm like doing this, like, so I can get experience with rendering graphics and stuff. But most people like find this stuff like either too difficult or too time consuming to do. I was never really interested in it until like Metal came out, and I realized that like it really did change like how graphics code could be written. Like it changed like it like opened up a few more possibilities for like new strategies for like rendering and stuff. And so I'm interested in it for that because I realized that Apple has like the hardware on lock pretty much. Like they're like, I don't know, they've got a pretty good advantage there, and so I really feel like Vulkan is probably going to win out just for being more popular, but that like Metal is what is going to offer like new possibilities for like graphics rendering techniques and compute techniques. And there's like some like business like some like tech industry like implications of that. That I won't elaborate on because I thought of it, and it appears that not many other people can. I like sharing like my knowledge and information or whatever with other people, but I would like to get something out of it for once. Just once, one time. I really have no idea. I think. Oh, why did this not? Let's replace all these things with. Oh my god. I'm like taking forever to do this one thing, and it's only because I like talking about what I'm doing. And I'm actually not bad at like speaking and not being nervous when I like am not around other people, and I don't get it. It's not like other people make me nervous. It's just like I don't know. It's this like weird like feedback loop in my brain. I don't think I'm using that. I want to get this together. And the shitty part is, like, until I get something on the screen, like, nobody cares, like, what I do. They're like, oh, yeah. Graphics rendering engine. yeah. No, whatever. Yeah. And I mean, they do care to some extent, but it's just not as cool as, like, being like, hey, look what I did on my iPhone. It's like the interaction is completely different. It's not like, hey, like look at what I did on my laptop. Like, hold on, let me open Xcode real quick and run this. Oh no, it's not working. I don't know why, but it was really cool when it worked last night. It's like typically how the interaction goes, unless you have it on your iPhone. What am I doing here? Okay, I need to. What are they? What are the parameters? Oh, here they are. I think that means a float through, if I remember correctly. No, it doesn't. It's just a float. It's just a float, guys. False alarm. Just a floater. I don't know who's using any other kind of geometry type besides besides triangles and maybe triangle strips. Yes, it does. I promise you, that's real. That's a real thing. Oh no, it's not. It's type triangle. Hey, check this out. Category theory for the win. Hold on. Watch. Oh. Type points, kind points. Type triangles, kind triangles. I guess like a category theory thing. Types and kinds. I don't know where to use the kinds though. I mean, they're pretty much the same thing as the types. In fact, they refer to the same thing. They're just called two different things. Inward normals. I don't remember what type that is. Oh, it's a Boolean. It's a Boolean. Hemisphere. It's another Boolean. Oh, we're gonna be putting stuff on the screen. It's gonna be fun. Drawing some 3D graphics. You know, like they got on the Tempest machine down. Oh shit. So I've got to practice my D&D voice. I decided to play a character, a tiefling. Oh, apparently they have tiefling. Oh wait, I can't show that. Anyways, there's like dirty pictures of. Never mind. So anyway, my character on Dungeons and Dragons is like a tiefling, and he's got an English accent. So signed up for that one. It's actually fun though. Like if I talk in an English accent, then it makes it like it makes it easier for me to like compartmentalize my character's behavior, because like I don't normally talk with an English accent, so it makes it easier for me to be like, you know, it makes it easier for me to think of like what my character would do. Sorry if I'm like talking too much and not coding enough. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to like check the chat. So I'm like working on this app that lets me practice accents. Well, I was, and then I decided to make my own 3D rendering engine. Let's see, mesh geometry type has no member something. Like whenever there's an error message, I can't read it. Apple, fix it. Fix this. It is like seriously the most. If there's one thing that you fix with Xcode, make it this. It's terrible. How can I read that? The answer is I can't. I can't read it. Now it's normally a lot better when the window is bigger, but kind of frustrating. And then I have to go over here and I'm like, oh, like, let me just like check my watch and just, oh. I guess I didn't do it right. Hold on. We gotta figure out what the error message is. Oops. Give me the error message already. Hello? Yes. I would like to see error message, please. Can I have the error message? What do you mean it has no... Sorry if I'm being entertaining at my own expense, guys. Hello? This is like, she's autocomplete already. I'm terrible at this stuff. Uh-oh. Do I get the error anymore? Come on, man. Excuse me. That's the protocol, right? I've got this hilarious picture of, like, this girl, like, pulling down her pants. It sounds so bad, but it's not. But you just see, like, Patrick from SpongeBob. He's, like, poking his head up. And he's so hilarious. He's, like, screaming. Where is it? I'm talking about this picture. Maybe not. No. Oh well. It's there when I'm not online. Return from the initializer. Not initializing. Yes, make all the things. No. Oh, I need to upgrade Xcode. I have to upgrade Xcode. Sorry. Shh. They're listening. Oh my god. See, like, I'm meant to live stream because I can just sit here and, like, be entertaining, maybe. Don't leave. Seriously though, like, it is fun to, like, engage with with my viewers and stuff. I've had some, like, pretty good, like, discussions online. Inward normal is false. Hemisphere false. Global geometry type, blah blah blah. It's an integer. Why would I think that? Allocator, mesh buff allocator, radial. Radius, what? Oh, radius. We'll make it the good old sphere. Waltz. Whoa. I don't know what that was, but it was crazy. Alright, mesh, blah blah blah, allocator. Ah, fuck, I gotta merge the arguments. Ugh. Sorry guys, I'll put another to-do thing. I'm so stupid. I really am dumb. I'm really good at writing things down to do, like, for me to do. I'm just not good at reading them and doing them. Not looking for that. I'm looking for this. Now I should probably hurry up and expatriate before it's too late. I've been saying that for years. I can't even go to Canada though. I can't even go. Radial segments is just self.radial segments. Self.to vertical segments. Via type triangle geometry type. It's terrible. Well, the old mesh buffer allocator, which is basically like an optional argument. Don't really even need to care about that. Honestly, we really don't. We're warming up for D&D, just because it's fun, I guess. character is like a, he's a fraudster. He defrauds people. He's got a backstory. The other characters in our party I haven't quite figured out. God damn it, I'm like mixing up like 3 different accents. It's terrible. The other characters in our party. God damn it. Well, if I had any viewers, they're gone now. Yeah, the other characters in my party haven't quite figured out that, like, I have a fake identity. They don't know yet. They will know. Just, I haven't figured out how they're going to figure that out. I haven't even figured out what my other fake identity is. Or my real fake, my fake real, my fake real identity. I haven't figured out, it out yet. My real fake real identity. I haven't quite sorted it out for my character yet. I know what my, like, supposed identity is, but I figure out what the fake one is and why they're intertwined. Alright, seriously. This should take me 5 seconds. It's like the easiest thing in the world. I'm like, boop. Is he arguing for what? I can't read it. It's like the most annoying thing. Oh dear God. There's one thing that I hate more than using the mouse. It's like having to hover over something and wait for it to tell me something. Having to like hover over a UI element and then like just sit there and wait for it to give me the rest of the fucking error message. Missing parameter allocator. But I thought allocator was like a... Isn't this... Ugh! I know that the API is not quite right. Can we just let it go for a second? Hello. Why? What? No. What is wrong? Integers. What's wrong with this? That's an integer. Oh, God. I'm working on some like mesh generators. Well, I mean, I'm not actually working on these mesh generators. These are included with Model.io. I'm just mapping the API to them and doing a horrible job. Or not horrible. I'm actually doing a good job. I'm just not doing it very fast. What does that mean? I can only read 3 words in the fucking error message. This this right here bites me every 5 seconds. Like whenever there's a error message in Xcode and I have my window open half width, it takes me forever What do you mean that's undeclared? Like, it's clearly right there. You even found it. Oh my god, there's something horribly wrong with Xcode right now. I think we're in the clear. Alright. Yes, the framework builds. Oh, no. Oh. It's okay, I was totally expecting that. It's alright, guys. Got it. Taking care of it. Come on. Oh, yeah, I need to merge the arguments this way. I can do that later. I don't really feel like doing that right now. It's not necessary. Oh, but I do have to do this. Why is this taking me so... Then I have to do the buffer allocator. Buffer allocator. I don't know if you guys have heard that song, Operator, but I've got something in my head. I would play it, but YouTube muted my backup, like the whole video, because of like one song, or like 30 songs in one of my streams. So that's why there's no music. But I think it's okay, like just like playing like grungy like drum and bass for hours. I don't know if that's appealing for people. Like it's appealing to me. You guys like drum and bass? Let's start out with Swift because I like it. Oh. Why did I copy this? Brain, what are you doing? This one girl, this one time, tried to convince me that I would be like a really good actor. I had not laughed as hard as I did in a long time. It's really funny. It really caught me off guard. I was like, what? The girl was really cute too, and I was like, oh my god, like you have no idea. Like I'm lucky I'm not like hyperventilating in a corner right now just because I've talked to you for more than 5 minutes. Oh shit. I do enjoy like trying to act though. It's fun. I'm not any good at it. Only reason I could be considered good at it is if, like, for some reason I was, like, so horrible at it that it was a good thing. No. This thing is not a string. That value. Oh yeah, that's right. Right. Vertical segments. Is it segment or segments? Segments. Oh my god. And I'm pretty sure that girl I was talking about hates my guts. I don't know why. Actually, she probably has no opinion of me. Oh my god. Just off the screen. It's just... I don't want it to pop up and tell me there's an error every time. Like, I know there's an error. Like, I can't see behind things that keep popping up. Like, half my time is, like... I complain. Like, I'm the kind of, like, user who just complains about every little thing that could be wrong, even when they're not really a problem. This is not a float 3. It's a float. I'm hoping that I don't have to touch any more, like, type shifting crap. If that is the case, I think we are good to go to get to the rendering. Then that means I finish the rendering by, like, probably, like, Monday or Tuesday. I was going to say, like, Sunday, but... Of course, I will never, like, actually finish. Maybe... Really? Why do you say that? I'm actually not so bad of a... I don't know. Like, I usually work a lot faster than this, but I'm, like, talking, and it's distracting me from, like, what I'm doing. I'm just, like, right now I'm just not thinking ahead. I'm just doing the dumbest stuff. Like, I copied all this crap that I don't need. Excellent. Yeah, my brain is done. Normally, I would consider it unhealthy to stay up this late, but I've actually been, like, kicking ass and taking names and writing a lot of code. So, I don't know what to say. I don't have anything else to do. Oh no. I unlocked my phone and just like sat it down. I meant to do something with it. I've been listening to the same song for like 2 hours, but apparently that helps. I can really focus when I do that. Sometimes. Alrighty. Yeah. I like how like I don't know if I should say what I'm about to say. I feel like I have a prescription. Yeah, I can't say what I'm about to say. Basically, what I wanted to say was that I feel like my IQ has like jumped like 15 points in like the last like 6 months, and probably like 30 or 40 points in the past like 2 or 3 years. Like jumped up. The only problem is my memory just keeps going down. It's terrible. Like I have like an extremely high like capacity for intelligence and like an extremely low capacity for memory. But like somehow like I make it balance out. And I just try so damn hard that like nothing can really keep me down. Oh wait, these attribute names need to be named with an underscore because I think it really doesn't matter, but I don't know. I would have been really good at math. Like I'm ashamed to have dropped out of college because I would have been really, 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 really good at math. Not like that good at math, but I mean, if I had really gotten like the attention that I deserved, well, let me say it this way: if somebody could have like put up with me in elementary school enough to like force me to learn certain things, I would have just been like so phenomenally smart that like I don't know. I'm not sure where to go with that statement. I just would have been like phenomenally smart, and I still had a chance of being like pretty smart, um, even without all that extra attention in elementary school. I did get a little bit of like extra help in elementary school with that stuff, but I was just like so ADD that nobody wanted to deal with me. Story of my life. Uh, it's funny, but it hurts on the inside. I'm just kidding. And then it turns out that like I'm like too intelligent and I'm like constantly trying to like prove myself. And then apparently that only like pisses people off. Because I like figure out things that like I'm not supposed to know. By that I mean like uh, things like NSA surveillance. Whoops. Oh, here comes the NSA. Alright, I've been doing this for like, this should have taken me like 3 minutes. I've been doing it for an hour. What am I looking for? I've got vertical segments, geometry type, inward normals, hemisphere, and buffer allocator that I don't really know how to. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with that yet. Say a new generate. New box. Give me a new box. Nuh-uh. Xcode 7.2 or whatever doesn't have the box? Where's my box, Apple? Where the fuck is my box? Alright, well. I'm gonna download a new version of Xcode. Beta version. Beta. I shall be taking a break in about 5, 4, oh wait a second, not yet. About 3 seconds. 2, 1. Just kidding. Oh look, it's like TV colors, like, you know, like back like a long time ago when TVs used to turn that color sometimes. You remember that? I remember that sometimes. I don't know about Apple TV. I haven't really looked into it. I wish that I wish I had one. I wish I could just like afford things like that, or like, you know, honest to God, like just got a Google Cardboard like the other weekend. I couldn't even like afford it. I couldn't afford the Google Cardboard. Actually, I mean, I probably could have gotten. Well, I don't know. I tried to like get online and order one, but then I couldn't find one online, and I had to wait till I saw it in person. But what are other things? Like I've never used a GoPro. Totally missed out on the GoPro thing. I have a drone. I've got like so much passion for like building technology, and like I don't have any money to like buy the things that I need to like build with. It just fucking pisses me off. I've never worn an Oculus Rift. Oh dear God, how long is this gonna take? Come on, Apple. I know you got it in you. Alright, well I'm gonna continue doing this because I don't actually have to do that part until I get Xcode, the next version. I like living on the bleeding edge. It's pretty awesome. Pretty fun. Pretty cool. Alright, this one's got some radii too. Public var radii. It's a float 3, I think. Might be different actually. Return metal mesh dot. What am I looking for? New elliptical cone. They change height. What's the height? I guess the height would be self.height. The radii is only 2. There's only 2 radii. I guess because you're only skewing it in 2 different dimensions instead of like the ellipsoid, which is like 3. I wish they had taught me like about 3 dimensions, like 3-dimensional stuff in high school. Like it's so easy. Like it's all the same basically. And if you have that like epiphany, like when you're in high school, like it's magical. If you just have the epiphany that like, oh my god, like from like 2 dimensions all the way up to like infinite dimensions, like everything is the same. Pretty much, kind of. It's all the same, but it's all a little bit like different. But if you just like know that, self.radii. I need to stop talking. Do not talk. Here, I'll put my headphones on. That will help. It's really bad. I was just like, I'm always so cooped up in here that I don't ever talk to anybody. They don't let me out. Ever. They really don't let me out, ever. How many radial segments? I'm going to go with 30. It's just a number that I picked out of a hat. I find that like numbers that I pick out of a hat are like much better than numbers that I would pick out of a shoe. Just in general. It's actually not a number that I picked out of a hat. I'm just giving myself 10 vertical segments. I'm just like, nah, you know. When I'm giving myself 30 radial segments, I'm thinking like, you know, something about pi's, approximately like a 3-to-1 ratio. You know, I'm dealing with integers. I could do 31, but you know, that's complicated. I want to be able to like count my, you know, triangles at the end. So I'm just gonna go with 30 and 10, and that's what I did up here too. That's what I did. Geometry type. Metal geometry type. Triangles. Triangles. I don't need to do that. See, like, whenever, like, I actually have fun programming, like, whenever I can, like, manage to sit down for, like, 8 hours and not have some stupid thing interrupt me. It's fucking annoying. I just wish I could, like, move, like, I don't know, I just wish I could be, like, around other people that, like, studied the same kind of thing. And preferably that half of them were much more advanced than I was. And then maybe, like, half of them were, like, about at the same level. And maybe some people would be at a lower level and I could help them too. I like teaching, but I don't ever seem to be like able to like I don't ever seem to be able to have a life where like I'm allowed to like interact with people that program. There it is. And that's not entirely true, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, I want to, I realize that I will not be, like, the best, like, programmer out there, but I also know that, like, I want, like, to be really good, and I don't care how much time it requires that I expend in becoming better. I really don't give a shit. Like, I don't care if I have to spend 8 hours a day or 12 hours a day. I don't care. I want to do it. The problem is, it's just, like, so isolating that, like, I can't deal with it. Keep forgetting this, like, thing is, like, right in front of my face. I need to, like, move it to the other side, because I always lean, like, right here. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. It doesn't really matter what side it's on. Just got the beach ball of death for no reason. What if the beach ball of death, like, you know, it's just, like, doing its thing, and then it started spinning really fast, and then it turned, like, gray, and then, like, these spikes came out. Then it was, like, then it would really be, like, the beach ball of death. Sorry about that. Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna work on this monitor just because I think it'll be easier for me to focus, and when I get error messages, they won't be so tiny. Because this really should take about 5 seconds. Like, I even, like, wrote out the names of the fucking parameters right there. Let's see, this one's got, like, 3 of the same attributes. Put that right there. Public var. This one's got a height. It's undoubtedly a float. And that's a 10. I'm just going to go with 10. It's 10 meters. I do know my scale. It's not 10 units, that's 10 meters. You want to know why? Because physical lens. It matters. It really does matter. Because your physical lens eventually, like, I'm obviously not using this, but, like, this is world to meters conversion scale, focal length, this is in millimeters. I believe f-stop is in millimeters. Maximum circle of confusion is in, like, percentage or something. Or that's a value out of 1. Focus distance, I believe that's in meters. It really does matter. Like, if you really know, like, what you're doing when you're setting up, like, the view frustum and stuff, then it matters. And I don't actually know it as well as I would like. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong I'm on the wrong thing. On the wrong file. I have no idea what is going on right now. Like, our world is so crazy right now. I have no idea. Like, I can't even, like, there's just so much crazy stuff going on. Like, I would have never believed this. Like, I thought our country was, like, crazy in, like, 2006. Turns out it, like, wasn't even that bad. Not that I think, like, things are, like, spiraling out of control. I'm just really confused. I forgot what I was doing. I was doing something. It is important, not really. I wish I could turn up the brightness of this, as if it's like not bright enough in my room. Look how bright this is. Like, it's so bright. Cylinder mesh. Cylinder. New cylinder with height. I got radial segments, vertical segments. So same deal. Height, radius. Radius is probably same deal. Probably float too. We're gonna make it a 10, 10, and then we're gonna do public var radial segments. It's gonna be 30. I want 30 of those. Right? Right? No, this is the opposite. Well, it depends on how big it is, but yeah, we do want 30 on radial segments. Never mind. Why am I doing like floating point numbers? Oh. I'm done. That's what I'm talking about. Still not very good. It still took way too long. Cylinder mesh with height. Right? New cylinder with height. Yes, this is the thing I was looking for. Thank you, autocorrect. I do not know how I ever lived with you. Ruby robbed me of autocorrect. Of course, Ruby has autocorrect. You just have to like, you just have to use RubyMine, or set up C tags with Emacs. But you can just use RubyMine. Not sure who would do that to themselves, but actually using autocomplete with Emacs isn't that bad. But it does take some time. But I feel like you really know what you're doing when you figure it out, finally. It might take you a couple of years, but you'll really know what you're doing. Is there really a... Did I... didn't do that, did I? Oh, you know what? I'm just going to say allocator... self.allocator. What am I doing? Self input. Why am I making these dumb mistakes? It's terrible. Terrible, horrible, no good mistakes. Oh shit. What up, Kag? Is that your game? Got a new viewer. I just like to get an idea of what people are trying to get out of my live stream. So and especially like, if you guys have like any questions or anything, or I love talking about this stuff. So I think my mic might be like way too loud. Uh, Turn it down slightly. Oh, do you speak English? Ah, um, I I know like two words in Chinese. I know ni hao, I think, and woman, I think, but I only know like two words in Chinese. Well, what's up, Pa? I don't know if I can read these. They seem like very simple kanji, but ah. Shouldn't be able to remember any kanji. Now I might want to remove the mesh buffer allocator from each generator. I'm just thinking, I probably don't need it. Really. We can probably just pass it in with this generate function. And so I think it would be better. I think it would be better that way. Yeah, I think it would be better that way, actually. Now that I think about it. I'm going to keep it this way for now, just because I'm not going to mess with the mesh buffer allocator much at all. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I should be doing some pretty interesting stuff here soon. Especially now that I'm like getting to these like mesh generators, and I'll be like generating like objects and stuff, and it'll be fun. I'm just gonna do something real quick, and basically just need to.
I need a bite to eat, actually.
Just gotta grab a quick snack, and I need to reinstall. I don't really want to cut the stream. I guess I'm gonna. I really have to get something to eat, but I'll be back on. I'm gonna leave my stream up, but I'll be back on in just a second. I have to reinstall Xcode and stuff like that. I'm installing like the beta. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna pop something in the microwave. I'll be right back. Hello, guys. I'm back. Je retourne. I think that's how I say that in French. I don't know. Oh, apparently Big Boom is French. I just offended him. Wait, je suis désolé. Oh, he's back. I've got an assortment of awesome sauces. I've got this like some kind of Jamaican sauce. I've got chipotle sauce. I've got some kind of like sauce from Fiji. This is the best. I've returned with the Fiji sauce. It might actually not be from Fiji. It is peri peri sauce, and it's the bomb. It says it's medium, but this stuff is really hot. And it is made in South Africa. I thought this was like from Fiji or something. Sometimes I just make stuff up. Apparently it is not. Still waiting for Xcode to get installed. Almost to the point with that. Oh no, this is terrible. I'm gonna have to delete something from my computer. Damn it. I've got to make some tough decisions here, guys. Hold on. These decisions will be made quickly and fiercely. And hopefully outside of the scope of OBS. I need to free up some space. Some disk space. Finder. Where is Finder? Shit, man. Whatever will I do? So I can delete. I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'm. How? I wonder how you say. How do you say dancing in Chinese? It's really not. Whatever this thing's doing, it's making me really nervous. I'm handling like dangerous materials. So you just gotta pick one. Damn it, man. Definitely not that one. Probably. Probably that one. Damn it. It's easy. Trash can. Alright, guys. We're ready to go. Almost. I still gotta install. Did this really take any longer? Don't do that. This Xcode gotta be like fucking 14 gigs. You guys have no idea what just happened. You may have some idea of what just happened. This movie is really good. Garakoa is really good. I haven't finished it actually, but it's really good. Man, hurry up, Xcode. Damn. Alright, I gotta do something. This is like starting to get like anxious. Hurry up, Xcode. Oh my gosh. Forever. Alright, here we go. Keep saying that. It only becomes more true every time I say it. No! How is this even possible? I don't know what to do. I really don't have that much stuff on my computer. Man. I'll answer you in just a second. I'm gonna fix this so I can get back to coding. So this is how I say dancing. It's pretty complicated. They're not complicated, but oh my gosh, I have to sit here and like sort out my disk drive. This sucks. I'm trying to like clear up space on my computer, and it is just not. I don't even know what else to clear off of here. It's taking forever.
things up. All right. This utility, how much space do I have now? 12 gigs, so I should be able to unpack this and then delete it. Please tell me I can do that. Come on, Finder. Finder. Hello, Finder. Come on. Let's double click this. Hopefully it doesn't take forever this time. Okay. All right. So I can either create, I could add this to the same file. We're gonna add it to another file. Probably just add it to another file. Oh, yeah, it's been a long time since I did commit anything. Let me do that. Done a lot of stuff since then. Wait, what happened to the pencil file? What the? Oh. Alright, just gotta figure out what I added and removed here.
Alright, so now I'm going to start creating actual like mesh generator specs.
That just took quite some time to copy. And that thing is huge. It's 10 gigs. The fuck? I'll watch my whole project break. This is what happens every single time. I'm like, oh, like I'll try the beta out. Great decision. It's like, oh yeah, I'll try the beta Xcode out, and I'll just delete my backup Xcode. Spectacular decision making. I'll do it again, watch. really trying to get this over on this screen. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That right there. I want that. Yeah, that one. Right there. Yep. You got it. Oh, shit. Oh, now I need to create another resource file. Look for example resources. New. Oh, wait a second. These will always be loaded. No. Just a new file. Nothing fancy. Never anything fancy. With it. MDL model mesh generator. Really bad. Generators. I don't need any of these comments. They are not helpful. These comments are just holding me down, taking up space. Should not have to declare that. What? Oh, shit. Alright. This generator, I don't think I'm going to need this. I already know that. And I don't need that either. Put this at the top of the file. And This looks pretty funny, actually. Headphones on. I thought it was pretty funny. Build that wall. Build it. Probably get like 4,000 times as much. Oh shit, I'm still streaming. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Holy shit, I'm in here like watching videos and shit. And just totally forgot that I was streaming. I should probably quit now. I quit while I'm ahead. Wow. Alright. Signing out before I forget that I'm streaming again. When you forgot that you were streaming, it's probably